Maybe I'll pull up the scripting stuff. So yeah, there isn't a ton of information about scripting in here, which is not great. This creates a DLL file. In this case, you can also run scripts in Vegas with just text, but this one compiles the DLL file, which is a bunch of code that is actually compiled into executable type thing. So in this case, a using statement basically means you want to use this group of reference code, and it's called an API usually, Application Programming Interface. So scriptingportal.vegas links up, gives ways to link up with Magix Vegas Pro, which is this program. I have version 19. There is version 20 out. I just don't have a reason to get that. In some editing projects, I usually do like progressive saves just to have kind of sort of backups of different versions of it. Anyway, let's go back to this for the moment. Probably not going to do any of this actual scripting stuff, but so in this case, you link up the object. These are called objects. Class. Well, technically, in this case, it's a class, but it turns into an object when it's running as a program. So Vegas itself is something they created. You can use this to reference features and functionality. In this case, when you run a function, which gets called down here, it's called entry point. Let me go to where this is. Go to definition. I want to look at the actual class. Maybe I can't do that. I'll go to implementation. Is that it? I probably won't be able to see the code actually. But basically I'm pretty sure this is a piece of what they made. Or it might be just like a built-in way of connecting to these type of things. I'm not sure. But some of this is basically like boilerplate code that you need to actually connect to Vegas when it's running. So you got your entry point, and from Vegas is, let me see. Is it something I made or is it something they made? Looks like something they made. So there's this function you have to call when you communicate with Vegas itself. And it passes along the object that you want to save. In this case, making a new version of this code of the class that's made up here. That's a bad name, class 1. You could probably change that. So in this case, you go to rename, wherever it is. F2. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It's just a name, but so go back down here, put this on a new line. See, this happens automatically when it links up with Vegas, and well, the Vegas program calls that when you run the script. You make a new instance. They're called instances when you make a functional copy of a class. Let's see. basically define it here, and then you run this main function. You pass it the Vegas object from Vegas itself. So what you can do here, press 3 of those slashes. It creates a comment area. Yeah. It's good to do this commenting because you come back to something you haven't used or looked at in a long time, and then you just don't understand what's happening. And these are kind of not necessary type of comments, but I'll do it anyways. So anyways, that thing down there calls this. It makes a new instance of this, and it calls this, passes the object. And I have a bunch of testing code and stuff in here. So for example, I was trying to get which track is selected. So you can see this scripting portal.vegas.track is type, and then it says Vegas interfacing class.find selected track is a built-in function from Vegas that you can call. And then it also has a parameter, or what are these called? I don't remember. Yeah, parameter. I think that's parameter. So included in this function, you pass it our Vegas object that we saved in the current project, which is a variable inside the Vegas object. So whatever is running and open at the moment, it could be default with nothing in it, but it could also be a project that you have a bunch of stuff in. So in this case, I checked to see if what we received is null. For whatever reason that could potentially happen. Null basically means there's nothing. So if this function passes, which I don't know if it would pass null, I'd have to look at the code and see. I probably won't be able to. Oh, wait a second. Okay, this is okay, this is actually code that I had technically written, but I copied from somewhere. Anyways. Yeah, getting used to it. So yeah, this is actually a function that I had made up here, and I'm just calling it, or made down here and just calling it up there. Passes project, find selected track. And then in here, we have a for each loop. So this is for each, a loop basically goes through something potentially. There's different ways to do different loops, but for each is a visually simple way to do it, and it's pretty relatively easy. So in this case, the way that it's structured is you have this object. You're going to go, oh wait, okay, no, it's this one. It's been a while. So this object, the tracks that we receive from the past project, past as in it sent it to this function. And we look inside there, and we look inside the tracks. We're going to go through every single track inside this project to check it out. And inside the tracks, this tracks object, it has a bunch of these track variables inside it. So this for each loop splits it, or goes into it, and pulls out each one in sequence. And we say if track selected. This is a short form. I didn't actually write this. I copied this. This is a short form way of, it's called an if statement. But the way that it's written is a short form way of verifying whether it's true or not. You could also just go like double equals true, which accomplishes the same thing, but with more text. So you don't need this piece here. You can just delete that. And this basically means the same thing. So if this is true, return the track. So in this case, we're only going to get one track, but technically there could be more than one track selected. So this is not an ideal way to do it. Okay, why did that not work? That's weird. Is this code up here? Usually when you do 3 slashes, it creates a code comment block. But it didn't do it. That's weird. Let me delete this for a second. There we go. That was weird. I think it saw this up here and it thought that it was for this down here. English. Get the first. Get only the. So in this case, it can potentially be null. So in this case, when you do a return like this, I wouldn't say it's the best way to do programming, but it's probably relatively efficient. Is you return inside a loop. You basically break out of this loop and return something to the calling function. Otherwise, if no track is ever selected, it's going to return null. There might be a better option for that, but it's effective enough. It's going to do its thing, what we need. So we go back up here and we see this function called. We potentially get a selected track. We verify if there is an actually selected track. And in this case, I check to see if it's an audio track. So there's a object, or it's an enumerator. Enumerators are basically lists of something that, in this case, the Vegas developers defined a media type enumerator. And there's different ones. So if I press the period here, I can see which ones are inside here. We have audio, max, MIDI, stream text, unknown, video. So for each track, it could potentially be one of these up to unknown. So they don't even know. But we're seeing if it is an audio type. My goal here was to make a script that would do a few things to an audio track, but I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Yeah. Again, there's not a lot of documentation, but there is one guy that's been making video tutorials. The negative is that he doesn't really release the code separately, which would have been so much easier and faster for me. Let me pull him up here. But he sells. Okay, it feels like YouTube knows I'm talking about him because it showed him right away. Kind of funny. So he has over 100 tutorials. Scripting in Vegas, 135 videos. I just wish that he had included code on GitHub or something for all of these, which I guess would not benefit him really because then people wouldn't watch his stuff as much. So in this case, my goal would be to get the selected audio track and then run. There's a function, where is it? Tools, render. So in tools, render to new track. I use that in situations where I've clipped up audio and I want it like as a continuous piece of audio so I can do auto levels on it. This isn't a good example, but set the vertical video options were disabled in Aero Pro compared to Lyrics. So for example, if I were to clip this up, let me make this larger. Delete that. Put the auto ripple on so I can automatically have the track move back when I delete a piece. So let's say I didn't want this open space in the video. And for example, I want all of this clipped up stuff as a continuous piece of audio. Usually what I do is that there's a few ways to do it, but render to new track is a little quicker. You click that. You can either render a region, whatever you have selected, or you can render the entire project's worth of the selected track. It currently is selecting a video thing, but I would go to wave and the specific one that I have selected. Render that. It shows up as a new track, which is nice. But doing that in code is not as easy as a one-click thing here. This probably does a sequence of operations. So I have to basically mimic what it does. And then I'll do a few extra things once I figure that out. So this guy does, I keep saying does, but he has some tutorials on rendering, which is probably what I need to look at. I don't really want to look at his stuff on stream, because if I push this to YouTube, he'll see it and potentially copyright strike me. I don't know how protective he is of his stuff. But at some point I'm going to browse his tutorials here and pick up a thing here or there. I don't think there is a lot of other reference material out there besides, let me pull up the default document, wherever I put that. I don't even remember. Oh, wait. So here is this from Vegas, the Vegas Pro Scripting API summary. Looks like they haven't changed it since 2021. That's kind of surprising they haven't updated it since then. It says summarizes most classes interface. Most, okay. Problem is deciphering this humongous, chungus, whatever word you want to use, is a time-consuming endeavor, I'm sure. So in this case, I'd look for something like render. So we've got our render classes. Click this and just try to see how it works. We've got a renderer class, so you copy that. And then I could potentially kind of infer ways to use it. based on this information, but it's limited and there are no examples in here of how to do stuff. So we got name, file type. Let's see, let me go back here for a second. So it looks like by default, it sees, the cool thing about Visual Studio, it's getting smarter and smarter as they develop it. It's been a thing for a long time. And it gives you, it's smart enough to know that this is the object that I have available that fits into the renderer object as a passed variable. So I hit tab on the keyboard, it'll fill it in for me. So I could do R1 dot, and then look in here and see, wish I could make this bigger. Add items from, so we've got properties, we've got methods, we've got show only target type methods. So in this case, we probably want to do a method of some type. Although sometimes you have to you have to push data into variables before you can run certain methods. It just depends on how they designed it. So that's kind of the challenge of figuring out this type of stuff. But like I said, the one person, he has some tutorials on rendering. I looked at the first one, but I don't remember anything from it at this point. Why is this red? Does not contain a constructor that, why did that not work? Is it an empty constructor? What? That's weird. Does not contain a constructor that only takes. Why am I not seeing options here? Why is it not showing me which constructors are available? That's weird. Yeah, I'm probably not even doing this remotely how it needs to be done. Strange. Anyways, the goal would be to eventually get an audio track selected, render out the audio track, put it into a new track, maybe unlink and delete the old one, replace it, like move it down, and then also do auto levels on the audio so it's louder. Because a lot of the time, especially in these streams, see how some of the audio does peak, like get close to peaking, and that won't work. That won't allow me to fix it up as much. But I could potentially, once I clip it, some of those sections won't be in there. And I could just most likely increase the volume, the loudness of the audio with, right here it says normalize. So if I already have it normalized, so you can see how much louder it is without, how much louder it is with normalization. If I right click and re-enable it, see how much taller those got. But I would do that to the re-rendered track, and it would probably increase the loudness a little bit. But I could also potentially add to the script. There's a certain tool in here that I use, and I usually use it on the entire track. So tools, audio, track FX, and then add a new thing of this vocal strip. This thing shows up, and then I select a specific one that I had made in the past. So it adjusted these dials and everything, and basically mimicking this process through code of what I do by hand, just to make it faster eventually. But I, at the very least, see that it's going to be a process to figure out how to do that programmatically. It's probably a lot, and there's just not a lot of documentation. It will definitely be a process trying to figure that out. Thing is, it could be very valuable once I get some code built up and some knowledge built up on how to do it. See, if I do 10 projects and I'm doing that 10 times, definitely starts taking a lot of time to do things over and over again. And as far as I can tell, they don't have any type of simple automation things. So for example, in Photoshop, you'd have these actions where you could record what you're doing in the interface and basically replay it. But I don't think they have anything like that as far as I can tell. That would have been easier, of course. Much easier than this, but sadly, it wouldn't have been as powerful, like from a what you can do with it standpoint. But Vegas just isn't as popular, so they don't have the developer resources and such. In this case, I'm gonna delete that, and my goal here is to edit this into a video. And there are also ways to clip out empty portions of audio and stuff, but I don't think I want to do that through code or through some process or script, because there are situations where I might want that to be shown. Not sure. But a lot of what I do here is just clip out those portions, which gets very monotonous. So I could potentially do that in the future. Then go back maybe and fix stuff that isn't good. Actually, I think this guy that is, where is it? I think he has in his scripts that he sells, or his plugin that he sells, he has a feature to do that. I'm pretty sure. So one script idea I could do is that when I have these photos exported, I exported them with this EXIF information. Now, part of the potential issue with making a script is that sometimes I don't have the same information exactly every time, but maybe if I do have it exactly every time and I just try to be consistent from that end, because I make this in a different program, I could extract out the titles of these files, create text, and then I usually display it in the video, and that just takes time, and that could be something I could automate. So I'll add that to my list here. I'm typing this into a Google Doc. I don't want to show like the text, the link title. Automate extracting file name from a photo that has the EXIF. EXIF is basically embedded metadata inside a picture. So you got your, in this case, focal length, aperture, shutter speed, ISO settings that I take from the photo and place it into the file name. So what I could do here, programmatically, I could split it up by the comma and just extract the things that I want and replace it into, but I wouldn't even need to do that. I would just want to remove the file name thing here in the front. So I'd probably just exclude, split it up, exclude the first one, and then just add the comma back for the other ones as I pull it out and use it. That's probably what would be the most logical. When you get into programming and stuff, you'll kind of see potential ways of doing stuff that you want through code, because you know what your tools are. If you know what your tools are, you can more easily do a thing. So in this case, to accomplish what I want, I would probably have code that reads what I have selected. It would do that process. It would make a new text object on a track above what I have selected, assuming it exists. So it would have to be code checking things to see if a track exists above what I have selected. It would have to figure out the position of this one and apply it to the new text object. So in case, if I were to do it by hand, I would go into, where is that? Insert text. And it would, stop. So we've got this thing going. Man, I have auto ripple on, which is what's screwing me up here. So it'd go here. I would have to resize it to fit this one down here. So there's a whole process of figuring out what exactly I do and how do I turn it into code. And I make a list of, at least a mental list of what I need to do, and then try to figure out how to do it in the scripting. Technically, this is much more than scripting. This is literal programming. But yeah, that would be a good one, because I have done that a lot with my photography videos. But basically, I would go here, I go to properties, I'd copy this portion, go into here, I would click that, paste it, I would change it to 7, and then I'd also do this, increase that, change this to black. So there is a lot of time I could save by making this into a script. I really should do it. And then I don't position it in this feature. You can position it here if you want, but I've found that if I add a picture-in-picture object, FX, and then position it, it works better in vertical video. Then I have to change this back to 1, and I have to get this exactly in the center, and then I have to... So you can see there is certainly things that I would save time on. So at this point, we've got that thing going. And I do save time by just copying this and pasting it here, but then I still have to right click, properties, copy this, go back to the new one, go in there, paste it, because the settings change between the photos usually. Okay, I did look at that. That was what I was talking about with going into the properties of your project. And here, the debug area, you can write a thing to automatically run Vegas in debug mode with your script, but then it automatically runs a script, which can be good, but sometimes you don't want to instantly run it. Yeah, I might do that eventually, but let's see, how do I go through tracks and events on the Vegas timeline? How to script splitting a stereo event to 2 mono events. Script with a form. Forms are literally windows. They're just called forms in Visual Studio. So this window would be called a form in Visual Studio. Oh, add markers. The nice thing about that is if you need some type of interface in your script, you can basically do a full program of literally anything here. Whatever you would potentially want. So there is a lot of potential with this. Let's see. I don't think he's the only resource. There are some GitHub there are GitHub repositories with Vegas scripting code. Vegas used to be owned by Sony. That's when I started using it. And if you want to like upgrade old scripts, you'd have to just change a few things. So scriptportal.vegas instead of Sony.vegas in the code. What time it is? 11. But yeah, there just isn't a lot of, besides this official forum, they link his website and this post. I think that's his post. Yeah. So he's literally like the shining beacon of information on this stuff. Is he linking his YouTube videos or that's his website? What is scripting? What's the minimum? Been correcting errors, tracks and events, splitting. Yeah. Original SDK. I'm pretty sure I downloaded that, but I didn't see anything too useful in it. This is not that long ago. What is this? Oh. Yeah, really not much. I guess I could be a resource eventually. I do have a programming YouTube channel. Let me pull that up. Of course, everything takes time. That's the challenge. In this case, I did do a video on using ChatGPT to assist in programming. Did not do well. It's pretty much my thing on YouTube these days, is not doing well. Kind of the usual. Maybe the title, maybe the thumbnail, maybe the who knows what. But I could potentially put some Vegas scripting videos on here. I wanted to make a script that helped me do this. So I can actually try to do that right now. Let's see. Basically what I do is I make a text thing, and I take the title of this, but only a portion of it. So I would remove this piece and then just keep the rest of it usually. I mean, technically I wouldn't even need this because I only used one lens, but that specific part wouldn't be too difficult. But the challenge is figuring out Vegas's script objects and everything. I still haven't looked at the guy's videos. That there's one dude, one guy, one gentleman that has been doing tutorials, like decent quality tutorials for this scripting. But I haven't looked at his stuff, except for a little bit. I should probably just make a new project, but the thing is, it takes effort, so... What is this? This takes a track event, or returns a track event. TRACK. I don't know what to call it. It's good enough. And then it probably takes the project. Okay. Wait a second. Why is this not working? Oh. Okay. So it's a array. Now it's not giving me that boilerplate code. There it is. So this is some type of AI thing that's built into Visual Studio now. Or just code complete basically, but enhanced. So it gives you a little bit of extra stuff. In this case, you could potentially loop through the items. But in my case, the thing that I want to make is one single thing. I want it to be selected. So this, I think I'll have to make a new project that is much faster to load, because that would be super painful to try to load this project every test. But I basically want to select this, run the script, make a text event, copy the name of this, split it up, only include some of it, paste it in the text event, have the text event positioned and adjusted properly. So I need to, let me see. I only want to have one thing selected. So in that case, I wouldn't want to do this. I want to actually, if equal to 0, or, what is or? Or dot. Oh, this is a long length. 64-bit representation. So it's suggesting ones. Is greater than. Okay, this is probably much more than any. I don't need to do that. And just do that. So if it's 1, and length is usually, it's not 0 base, it's normal, like a human. Sometimes numbers in programming languages start at 0 instead of 1. But in this case, length will start at 1 if there is something in it. So it says 0 if there are no elements in the array. Else. So in this case, copy this message box dot show. One. So they call it event, like track event. So that should be good. Don't like how that's formatted. So in this case, inside here, expectation example. Now I need to go like this, put a 0 here. As I was saying, it's going to be referenced from 0 instead of 1. It's just how programming is designed, usually. There probably are exceptions. I was trying to type title, but there is apparently no title. Maybe there's a name. Check. Yeah. There's no description here, but I'm going to assume that is what I want. And it's probably if it's a string, you go like this and then you'll get a split. So it's basically strings can have built-in things happen to them based on the class. So we've got things like trim, split. I don't know what this does. It says return a new string. Show all the characters in the current instance beginning at a specific position. So you're basically taking a piece of it. Beginning at a specified position. And continuing through the last position. I don't know what that means. Okay. Anyways, I want this one. And then I need to specify the type of character or thing to split by. We have 6 options here. We've got a char and count. So a char is a single character, a T or a S or a B or whatever. Underscore, hyphen. And you can do a number of times. You can also do special options. This is, I assume it's an enumerator. Same thing here. You can do characters or strings. So you could split by multiple strings as a group. Should be good. So I'll probably do if I'd use the single, not the double quote, but the single ones, that should do a character. And I'm going to use that comma here. And then I will string, whoops. I don't like using the name item, but I can't think of a better term to use here. So basically this automatically splits up what should be this into pieces. Now there's probably dot remove empty. Okay, that's not what I want. I was thinking maybe there's a way to remove spaces, but I'll have to do it myself. So now we potentially have what we want. And then I can so I don't know if this returns. So it doesn't say if it returns null, but I'd say that's a potential possibility. I have to account for that. So this simply just makes sure we have a usable thing. And also there is a special feature of some programming languages. Put, where's the flipping ampersand? I can't remember. It's called, what is it flipping called? Basically, I don't remember the name of it, but if you do an if statement in C#, for example, and you have something like this where it's a potentially dangerous to use object or whatever, it'll do this first, and if this is not successful, it's not going to do the second one, which is good. So in this case, I can also do this dot greater than, I don't know, 1, 2. So I'm expecting 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just do exact, because as long as I form these file names the same every time, I won't have an issue. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ISO, shutter speed, aperture, focal length. There are probably situations where I do use other data, other things, but I could potentially adjust the script to handle those in the future. But in this case, again, if this is null, it's not going to do this check. Some programming languages will do the second check, and then you'll get an error because it doesn't exist. But in this case, it won't do it. There's a specific term called that way of working in the case of C#. I don't even know how to maybe I'll use ChatGPT. The behavior you're referring to is known as short circuit evaluation or short circuiting. In programming languages like C#, when evaluating a compound Boolean expression with logical operators such as double ampersand and, or the logical or, it's two lines, I can't remember what they're called. The language may not evaluate the second term if the result of the first expression can be determined by the first one. This short-circuiting behavior is a optimization technique that can improve the performance of programs by avoiding unnecessary computations and reducing potential side effects and complex expressions. Yeah, so basically I'm saying split this up automatically based on what we expect. And then in this case, we're down to this point, we're checking it. We're making sure it's the exact length that we expect based on my example here. So we got 5 pieces at this point. And to make it simple and just make sure this code works, I'm going to do a message box. I'm going to remove the first one. In this case, we're excluding the first one. We're starting at 1 instead of starting at 0. We're going through this. We're going to just simply add it. Okay, that's not going to work. What am I thinking? So there's multiple ways to do this. There's like the easy way. There's the hard way. I don't know which one's faster, technically. But there's something called a string builder. It's probably more memory intensive to do it like this. So you can do something like this. And it knows what I want. And then we're going to go sb.toString. This is saving me typing, which is cool. So basically, we make this thing to reform our split up string. And we're excluding the first piece, but also trim. So this function will run first. We'll get this piece, we'll run trim on it, which basically removes spaces. And there's also an issue here. This is going to all be bunched together. Plus, I'm going to put the commas back in. But the problem here also is that the last one shouldn't have a comma at the end. So we're going to exclude the last one. And we're going to copy this, paste it here. We're going to take this out. So we're going to append that last one without the comma, but every one before that, we're going to add a comma with a space so that the consecutive one shows up ready to go. Yeah. This should be good. So you could do this in reverse if you want, but I naturally do it at the end like this. So you could potentially start it up, which might be faster. So you could kind of pre-game, but then you have to check more stuff. Anyways, this is what I think I need to go like this. Whoops. Yeah. So basically I'm remaking it with commas, but then I'm excluding the first piece, which is going to be that in my examples here. In this case, I'm going to make a quick version of this. Assuming this works, there are no errors, we should get a message box pop up that excludes that. I don't have this set up to run automatically. Probably it would be better, but the big negative of doing this is that Vegas is slow to start up. So we'll get one chance here. Run script. Open. Oh, duh. Line 22. So short circuit, did not have it in there. But the question is, why didn't it work here? Why? Okay, this is a list. Do to array. It feels wasteful. Because why don't it just send back the list? It looks fine. Maybe the project thing is weird. Let's look at the error again here. Not an instance. Line 22. So I need to close this because I can't reload it, I think, at that point. Yeah, it looks fine. Picks the first item. Split. Do a null check again. Yeah, I don't see what could be the problem here. Unless it's this thing. I think if this were actually null, it would say it there, not the other place. Anyways, let's quickly try this again and see what the deal is. I should set this up to automatically. Okay, so he selects starter. Yeah, I've done this with other applications too. Just don't remember specifics a lot of the time. So, was it in debug? Yeah. Start external program, then I browse this to Vegas itself, which would be in C, program files. It's Yeah, Vegas 19. There we go. So we're good on that. Save it. And then also, I think he changed that. So script hyphen with the DLL name, I guess. See if he types anything else in there. Nope. Hyphen script colon. Yeah, I think he's missing a quote. And then the name of this thing. There's probably a command line. There's probably a thing. Let me see if I can improve on this. Should I use ChatGPT again? It says Visual Studio doesn't have a built-in variable to automatically fetch the project's DLL name and use it in the command line arguments field. However, you can achieve this functionality using a post-build event or custom build setup to copy the DLL name into a file set. Okay. A bat file or something that runs afterwards. Yeah, actually, I don't want it to run because nothing's going to be selected in the first place. So I could have it select something automatically. Let's try that real quick. I don't know how to do that. Okay. You'd have to even figure out how to select things. It's probably related to... Oh. This might... Group selected tracks. Nope. Dot. Events. I think they're events. What type of variable is this? Track events. Get. Might be a array. No. There's to array. To list. Add. This is what was that called? Can't remember. Man, so it makes sense because this is a complex program, but just getting it to select one thing is complex itself. Is it an array? Oops. I don't think it's an array. I think it's this type of. So we've got a func. I think it's link, LINQ. Hmm. Yeah, I don't. That would take some research to figure that out. So in this case, go back here, delete this, so it doesn't automatically run, but it's still going to start the program. There might be a thing to automatically load the project, but again, that's more trying to figure it out. So I'm just looking through this object to see if there's anything that. Oh man, that's a lot of stuff. Load? Nope. Project opening, project. Open project. Oh, something easy. Then I need to specify the path, I assume. What do I have in my. Just save that for future reference. It makes sense when the. Let's see. Copy, paste, slash. project1.veg. Also, you have to. When it's in double quotes, you have to escape this character with itself. So that's why it's doubles. So double, double, double. So that should be good. Switch this to debug. I don't know if that matters, but see what happens. Project with an output type of class library cannot be started directly. Hmm? 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 Did I miss something? Oh, why was that? Okay. So at the very least, this makes it slightly quicker. But Vegas itself on my computer is not fast. And then tools, scripting, run script, this thing. It's on debug. I don't know what it's talking about. So it's not loading the project. Yeah, I'm not sure. Also, I don't think that would matter, really. Another thing you could do is have this script have an interface, so it wouldn't automatically run the code that needs a selection type of thing. But I don't currently know how to do that. Tools, scripting, run script, and I'm in the release. I'm not in the debug. Cancel. Pick tools. Open. Why is it doing that? This doesn't make any sense. How did it still say line 22? It's clearly false. Doing this doesn't build the project. Starting doesn't actually build it. That's probably what it was. But I'm going to suspect. Okay. It's in debug. Hi. We know this didn't cause the error. Selected items. It's not null. And length is 1. I'm going to suspect this is going to bomb out again. It's probably file name. So this is null. This is good though. This is got length. What is this object? This is a track event. It's got our track event. Inside here we've got media type. I should check that too. Just for in the future. So we've got the name. Event's name is audio, is video, is valid. This might be just some type of container. Name is null. Got a length here. A position on the timeline. Wish I could expand this. Media path. Media path. Here it is. What is this? It's a take. Active take. Let's see if it's in the custom data. Index of 2. And the name of this video event is null, so I need to go into the take object. Stop that. So we'll put this here for a second. I guess I could do that. Get rid of this thing. Okay, it's a function. This would just check if it's a video type, which is apparently the images are video type. So it's just a good check. Then we can put a message box. To go like this, dot. Active take. That might be it. Don't know why it's not putting spaces in there for me. So I'm just checking if it's not null. We're going to try to use it. This thing. Okay, we got that. Going to whoa. Whoa. Don't know what happened there. Okay, delete. So yeah, that's. Put this here. And then we're going to take this. Go right there. This basically does the same thing. I just needed to go down a level in their object to find the right thing. It's a nice thing when you're debugging, you're able to see some of the data inside, poke around and figure out where you need to go. So now we got this thing. You can just paste it all around here. Don't need that. space here. That should be good. Again, the goal is to remove this piece and just have that. But it takes a little bit of effort. Does this build? No. So we built the project. We're going to try it again. Open. Open. Pick one. Tools. Scripting. Run script. Debug version. And it works. Yay. So we got the thing that we want. It's properly split. Does not have the comma at the end. And it also does not have the front piece. So we can take that and figure out how to make potentially make a new track. If one doesn't exist, make a new text object, which is in insert text. Paste that stuff we have into it, and then adjust the properties of the text object to what I prefer. So I'm not going to do it right now, but that is a thing that I can do. So that works, at the very least. Run script. Yeah. Cool. So easy. Trying to figure out how to do what I want. But props to him for putting all this effort in. He's got over 100. 129. One day ago, what's the difference between CS versus DLL script? Select events. Add adjust picture-in-picture effect. Okay, that's going to be useful to me. Add tracks, alpha channel, find regions by name. That one took 2. Fit project to timeline width. Copy audio, volume, and automation. My goal here is I got the text from an image file name, and that works. So right here, and then I have it like this because I specifically renamed those files to that. So in certain videos, I'm going to have this information displayed. And that's kind of the easiest way I can think to do it, is that I rename the files. And then in Vegas, I'm going to have to copy paste all of those currently by hand. But the goal here is to make a script that I can do a one-click operation. And I remove this piece. The reason I have this in here in the file name is that there could definitely be situations where these are the same for each photo, but this is always going to be different, and this is going to keep them in the right order, actual file name. The DSC is specifically, I don't remember what camera. Is it? Could be Nikon. That's their way of naming files. So at this point, down here, we've got the name, and then I display it. So at this point, we want to make a new track above the current one if it does not exist. We want to make a new text object on that new track. or above track. Position and size. The below photo. So basically the same position, the same size, but on a track above it. Well, actually, it's going to be, make a new text object. Position and size. The paste are constructed. Size. Text. So in this case, I want to make the text like I always adjust it to, but with code. So that I make it 7. And then I also put a border around it. What is that called? I can't remember the term, but generally by default the text doesn't have a border around it, but I make it white and then a black border so it's easier to see. And then also I'm going to add a picture-in-picture FX for positioning the text because it works better when you go from standard landscape video to vertical video. I could do portrait to be consistent. So that's pretty much it. Do I need this? Not really. So make a new track. This is the challenging part. Let's see, those are video projects. First up, I'm going to open up the API document. New. This is the official API document, but you can see it's a little chunky. It's there's quite a bit. And it also doesn't give you examples, which is stupid, but they don't probably want to spend the time to do that. This Vegas isn't as popular as some of the other editors. I'm very glad that they've managed to survive, but I don't think their user base is huge. Not great in some aspects because more people using it would be good just for the viability of it. But things like this, there's just not as much effort. If it were a larger company, they could probably put more effort into it. which will help me. But what is this for scripting? Just, let me take a look at this link real quick. I think it's just the forum. Yeah. So I could potentially get some information from here, but it feels a little unlikely. Script expressions. What is this? I don't know what that means. Exit color of the UI. I don't think a script would do that. Yeah. I highly doubt they have hooks for that. Basically, maybe not the best term to use, but hooks is when in a program that offers this type of functionality, a scripting language or something, hooks are usually linking the external way of communicating with the program itself with hooks. Basically API function calls and things like that. User count, project media, file order by, toolbar erase my scripts. So this person is doing something with text, which could be helpful, but I see no code at all. So this is another, someone made a big script library thing that they sell. I might be referring to that. Checking titles in a list. So there's add video track. I'm not sure what that does. All right. So we've got, wow, there's a lot of track in here. Track class represents an audio or visual track. Track event. Video bus track. What is this down here? Project. So project tracks. I probably have some code that messes around with tracks already. Track group. Let's go here. Base list track. So the question is, I can eventually turn these into functions, but at the moment I'm just going to put the code straight up. Let's see. This has to be this Vegas. It's uppercase P. Maybe I'll put, just so I can more easily see my steps here. Oops, I am doing it totally wrong. There we go. So these are the things that I need to do, figure out. It'd be so much easier if there were easy access to example code and stuff. I could quickly do this, but the challenge now is figuring out how to interface with their objects and such. And also I've tried ChatGPT, but it doesn't have enough information on this to make functional code, as far as I can tell. The thing is with these GPTs type AI things, if you even want to call them AI, they're taking a huge amount of information and mixing it together, and it's not, in my opinion, it's not really thinking. It's just taking about a bunch of stuff people made and giving you the best possible information based on that. It's not really coming up with news. It's not transforming, like, say, a different piece of code that could apply to the logically to something else, but it doesn't know how to think like a person that could do it. So it needs a specific type of code, like in this case, Vegas Pro Scripting objects and everything. And you would think if it were actual AI, you'd be able to read this document for me and understand how it all works and interconnects and interfaces. You could use just that to make code for me, but it doesn't do that. So the hope would be with these AI systems that eventually they reach, it's potentially dangerous, but eventually they reach generalist type of artificial intelligence that basically is like a human, but in computer form, that can do these things quickly and also use that level of cognition and thought just faster than a person. All right. So make a new track above the current track if one does not exist. We have here for each is a type of loop that is a little quicker in the sense of when you're writing it. It's probably not quicker in the sense of running than a standard for loop. But this one splits up this track object into pieces that it goes through incrementally. But the question here is, let's delete that. How do I know which track is what order? Because I don't think they would necessarily There's an index, track index. Also, there could very easily be an audio track above the video track, which logically would not make sense for someone to do that, but they could easily do that. And if I don't take into account that, it could not work. So I want to make sure that I have a video track above. Or in general, I'm just going to care about video tracks. Because a function. So when it's a function, you need these parentheses, even if you're not going to do anything in there. Basically, it'll return a Boolean, which is a true or false variable. And when you do an if statement like this, you don't need to put double equals true. It does the same thing, but you can easily just exclude it. So in this case, we're only going to care about video tracks. Now what I could do here is make loop through the tracks. Don't need that. Kind of what the goal here is, I don't totally understand how things work, so you kind of program in a way that will make sure that it works, even though there might be an easier way to do it. Because my question here is kind of what you could do is run a script and then pause it and look through the data of the track object, for example, and try to understand how it works that way. That's one option. Or you can just program it in a way that you'll know that it will work. Kind of, most likely. But there's an index, and I assume the index means the order of the tracks in Vegas. But I want to get the selected one, and then I want to get the one above it. Track. How do I go through tracks? That's an option. Rendering in Vegas, rendering tracks from regions. Add effects to events, tracks, media. I'm going to need that as well. Add new tracks to the timeline. Okay, this is basically what I want to do, potentially. Mute.
Hi, this is
Sorry. Again, I care about copyright and stuff, so I don't want to just watch people's videos on stream. It's not fair to them. I also usually push my content to YouTube, and it would get flagged most likely. Their copyright system is pretty smart. Oh, I just noticed your text here. Let's see what he said. Scotty Python, which is yeah, I know Python. I mean, I don't know Python, but I know of it. Scotty Python would be quite the name. There could be various meanings to Python. Let's see. He's got, man, I wish he had code. It'd be so much easier if he released his code, like his example code on GitHub or something. But at the very least, props to him for putting the effort in to show examples. So he's just got add video track, audio track. New video track. That doesn't necessarily help me here. Okay, it does have an index, it looks like. Oh, I have this muted. I'll just .count. Okay. 99. Why would he do that? That's not really what I'm looking for. 1099. Whoops. Yeah, put a 99 down there. Okay. It's kind of not at the level of logic I want. Grouping tracks. We've got adjusting track motion. Adding and setting bus tracks. I'm not sure what bus tracks even are. Creating child tracks. Detecting an envelope. Envelopes are related to audio, I think. It might be in video too. Where you can basically draw, depending on, for example, with audio, you can use an envelope to heighten and lower or turn off the audio at certain points on a line and put points where you can move the... Anyways, it's a thing. Look at sync event track event property. Add audio effects to an event track. That could be useful in the future. Remove silent areas from an audio track. This is from his own script pack or something. Man, that's a lot. That's quite the series for that. Okay. Copy audio volume and automation envelopes. And tracks above selected events. Okay, that's kind of what I'm doing. Select events or tracks. Select events or tracks or events on selected tracks. There you go. Kind of curious about this one. Oh, he's talking quite a bit here. Okay. Got a video track, audio track, track index to add -1. My track in Vegas projects track for each track event. If track index to add is less than 0, which is this variable up here, my track.index, where's this thing? Event. Oh, he's going through the events? Why is he doing that? Oh, he's I think he's copying multiple pieces of things and putting it above. So I don't think I need to do that. It's possible that I'm thinking of this wrong and that the numbers go up from that direction. Which probably is true. Oops. Go back to here. So V track, what is V track? Okay, it's this up here. New track index to add. He sets that here. And this is split. Okay, yeah, I think it goes in reverse. Because he has a plus here. Just scroll through here and see if he has any other code. Event.copy. So this is what his thing does. Copies the things he selects and then it adds new tracks when he pastes it. Similar to what I'm trying to do. Okay. Just leave it here and potentially reference this. Oh. So I was doing something similar. Let me pull up his code again. I could just, this one. Just enough so I can read it. All right. That looks good. So he does go through the events, but I don't think I need to do that yet. So he's basing it on the selected event instead of selected track. Where does he say that? Okay, he saves the track index. All right. It's not what I want. What the heck? Wow, this thing is stupid. I'll just do less than 0, so it's, I don't know if I do, I don't know programmatically which would be faster. Having it equal to 0, less than 0. I mean, equal to -1 or less than 0. I would assume this would be faster. And it's weird how that doesn't save me some typing when I do that. Anyways. So if this is the first time we found a selected track, we're going to assign this based on the... Ah, crap. I don't like this. Yeah, that's good. A little more specific. Yeah, it's also crappy that Vegas doesn't have descriptions in their objects. Because if they were writing this properly, they would say what this thing is, what it does, but they literally just have, yeah. It's kind of disappointing. So basically, I want to know which one is selected. I want to be able to put a track above it, and that's it. So in this case, I don't even need to assign it, because I have this, and then we want to do this new track thing, which I guess I could put up here for the moment. Oh, video track. But also, yeah, I'm not doing this properly, because there could very easily be a track already that I could use. Yeah, I'm not doing this right. If it's a video track, we want to always do that. I don't even know what word to use for that comment. Basically, this is going to loop through the tracks. This is going to make sure it's a video track. We want to save the current tracks index that we're looking at into here. And if it's selected, I don't want to do that afterwards. So go like this, go like this, go like, make sure that's in there. Yes. Should I even, why am I saying we? This is selected. If it's our first run, we want to do this and then, because that's basically, if it's our first time we found this selected, there's nothing above it. We want to do our thing with the new track. In this case, he's got new video track. There are 4 types of functions. You have an index, index name, project index name, and then we can go like this. And assuming it goes in reverse, we can do that. It's read only. What does that mean? Yes, but it's int. It's an int. Why can't I do that? What? What? Why are you complaining? What? Hmm? Hmm? I want it to look like that, because it's fun. Why is it complaining? It's dumb. So this and this. And you put it in the front, it's slightly faster than you put it in the back. What the heck is going on? Current track. That index cannot be assigned to negative. I don't understand what that means. Do I have to? Wow. Why did you? Do I have to typecast it? Why? Bro. So it's like it's get setter, getter setter, whatever the heck. Struct. Wait, what is this? Oh no, this is not what I want. I go back. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and show me. Do it. See what it does. What could? Yeah, that was so helpful. Thanks. Stupid. I can't do this. Can't do that either. Man, that is dumb. Bro even. Now I'm going to do it like this. It's funny. Okay. So whatever, you can't apply math to this thing, whatever it is. I think it's a getter setter thing. It passes along, but it's basically like a function. Okay. Public, yeah. It's a getter. And it has code in here, but it passes it along for whatever reason, which I don't know why. You can't. Because it's literally passing an int. Hmm. It'll pass a -1 if it is unable. Interesting. But I guess you can't apply math to it. Until you push it into a variable, whatever. It's kind of woolly wonky. I don't like the name that I use here. But maybe I'll just... Come on. All right. Okay. Yeah, so basically, that was dumb. Let's see. I have to save... I saved this index of the current track that is selected, and I push it into this temporary variable. I increment it, and I make a new track. Now I need to add the track. Wait, what did I call it? This Vegas. Oh wait. Project dot add. Thank you. All right, and then the other thing he does isn't what I'm doing right now. So this should make the new track. And it should be above the other one. So we'll save this. We'll build it. We will start Vegas. Yeah, this loading time is going to be rough. Really rough. Open my example project. I probably shouldn't have used as many photos as I did because it's just going to make it slower. I click on this. I'm going to delete this. Delete, delete. Save. Tools. Scripting. Run script. Nothing happened. Close. Stop. Okay. Wait a second. Okay. Let's go like that. -1 for each. Only video tracks. If this track is selected, previous index -1. That's our first run. I could put a there we go. Let me just do that. See if this even gets hit. I don't know, but build, run. What time is it? Open project. Open. Selected. Tools. Scripting. Run script. Debug. Open. And nothing happens. Why is it not happening? Is this working? It doesn't get in there. Why does it not go in there? Let's go like this. Let's see if I can do that. I don't even know if I can do that. Tools, scripting, run script. Okay, that did nothing. Let's go here. I don't know. I don't even know if I can do that. Let's see. Okay. Is video track bowling? Is video track I don't know. Current track. False. Why is it false? Why is it false? So it's a video track. Why is it false? Oh, oh. Maybe I have to, oh. Okay. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, so in his code here, he's seeing if an event is selected. I'm not going to load Vegas up again because it takes a minute. But basically, tracks being selected is different than because I have that event selected. And there is a difference. So this doesn't get flagged unless specifically, as far as I understand it, the track is selected. So in his code here, he's doing the event. He's looping through the events as well. So I mentioned in my last stream, this is, I don't know if this is necessary, but it's called a short circuit if statement where basically you check if it's null, and if that is not, if it does end up being null, you're not going to run this second check, because at that point the entire statement's not going to work out. And it's an easier, faster way to do something like this. So at this point we're looking for this is not needed. All right, let's take this, put it in here. We do want to make sure it's a video track first, because we don't even need to care about audio tracks for this. I mean, there's a lot of potential situations that I might not be taking into account in practice, because if a person has multiple things selected and multiple tracks, it's just a situation that I should deal with, but it takes more effort to deal with. Yeah, the only real point of this at the moment, I might need to change things once I understand more, is that, again, if the track specifically is not selected, there's a certain area on the interface that you click on, and then the track will be selected. But in this case, I'm selecting an event on the track. It is a different situation. I need to understand that and account for it. So it's just this extra bit of looping through their stuff. But then I don't really need to care about it at that point. I just need to know that there is one selected on there. There's so many ways you could go about doing this, and I'm just trying to make the minimal amount just to make it functional. But technically you could have the script go through the entire thing and do each one with the file names and then making a text object and all that. Eventually I could do it. I could make it like that, but it's just too much. It's at the level of programming for this specific task that you're going to waste a lot of time building up to it where it might not work as it, yeah. You're speculating on making it on the function of it in the code, and you'll end up spending too much time trying to make it work and debug it. So generally, making the minimum is good in my opinion. But eventually I might get to the point where I'd want it to do everything. But there are a ton of situations in the project, the video project, that I'd have to deal with that. So I could even go as far as looking for specific objects in the code that have this format to them, and then doing the thing automatically for every single one. That would be the ideal situation, probably, because it would just be a one-click operation instead of a 10, 20-click operation, however many pictures I have. So yeah, actually, or I could potentially have both. In certain situations, one might be better than the other, but I'm going to try to go for the minimum here. So in that case, if I'm going for the minimum, I only want one single thing selected. And I don't need this to loop any more than it should. So once I find the single event that is selected. That's it. I don't want anything else. And I should break out of this loop. Technically, I should break out of the entire thing. But I don't know how to do that offhand. So it make more sense to make this into a function. So I just cancel that for now. There are multiple ways to do that too, to exit out of these type of loops. Because I could have a variable that is checked. I could do a function that literally returns inside here. Yeah. So at this point, this is not written properly. I'm just looking for the instance where there is not a track. So I can just make sure that it works, this piece. So this is going to happen once, and that's it. We've got the selected. I'm going to just do this. Duh. Again, I mentioned that if you put the increments in front of the variable name, it's slightly faster than in the back, as far as I understand it. Now, it might be in the compiler stage and stuff, they might account for that and just does the same thing, but I kind of like putting it in the front in those situations because it looks cool. Yeah. I really wish they would have commented this stuff. It's just lazy programming. Come on, guys, gals, whoever's... The developers are in Wisconsin. So they don't tell me what that does. Let's check the API thing. I highly doubt there's any useful information here, but we'll take a look. Oops. Why did it do that? So we're looking for the video track. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's not what I want. Duh. Oh. Look at that. They have a little bit of text. Isn't that nice? So you've got our project, which we should probably be specifying. Display index or -1 for automatic. Leave a new track or null, automatic. Okay, this video adjustment track is not a specific one that I want, but probably the same. Yeah, it's the same. But look at this. Where's the text, people? I guess basically this is they do it once and then they don't bother filling it out down here, which makes sense because if they change this one, they would have to change this one and this one. Sure. They have inconsistent capitalization. Well, maybe not. There, that's lowercase, that's lowercase. No period, that's how I do it as well. And then this is just capitalized because it's an object thing. Okay. Yeah, I like their way of doing it here. But then down here they have capitalization. So that doesn't make a ton of sense. So yeah, they have a lot of capitalization down here, but then they don't do it up here. Okay. Get some of that citric acid out of my mouth. I think this has citric acid in it. Yeah. This one probably does too. Yeah. So it's basically used to stabilize the drink. Shelf stable. Yeah, -1 for automatic. So probably should specify the project, just in case. It would be nice if they had this text. Maybe they do. Maybe it is in there. So I don't need to do that. Cool. Okay, what's wrong with this? Huh? Huh? What is wrong with this? I guess they don't have one. Project index name. Okay, they don't have one for that. So basically I'm going to assume. There we go. And simply, well, I might need this in the future, so I'll leave it. So that's good. But now I need to adjust my code to account for there being a track. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure this works. The goal is to have it put a track above the current track that is selected. What time is it? So we got that selected. Selected. Scripting, run script. And what's going on? Just failed. What's wrong? Do I have a endless loop or something in here? Or is it making like a billion tracks? Well, that was weird. Um, hmm. Why did that not work? We'll try it again. Maybe there's just some weird... There shouldn't be just weird things happening, but you never know. You can also put a... thing there. So what am I doing here? Open. So I got that loaded. This selected. So it hit here. It did go in here. We've got a 0. Video track, new video track, -1. Okay, that worked. Okay, that worked. Oh, it went back in here. Why did it go back in there? Jeez. What? I have one thing selected. He has a selected as false. It's kind of weird. Why would it need to do that? And why would why would that infinite loop? Because it should get this and then that should be it. That doesn't make sense that it would loop over itself. That's flipping weird. That's flipping weird, man. Why would I need to do that? So this is what I could do. There might be some thing going on here. Yeah. Snapshot. Let's see if this changes it. 'Cause I don't like that it has to do that. I might want to do that, but I don't like that it has to do that. So what this should do is I get a snapshot of these selected events, and that's going to be a one-time deal. But there might be something happening in this for each loop that it's calling this over and over again, and it's a getter. I don't remember this being so. So there's a validate, passes my events. It does this. It's going to do it over and over. But it should. That's just weird, man. Let's see if this works. So I commented this out. We'll see if it infinite loops. So you got this selected. Tools. Oh, did I build it? I don't remember. I got that. Man, you flipping kidding me? I don't remember if I built it. I probably did, but why would this loop like that? I know I can do this. Control EC, but I didn't want to. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, that's right. How do I reference these? Is a bracket? Base list. J. Let's see what happens. Wait a second. Why is it down here? This might be a problem too. This one might be going over and over again. How do I break multiple things here? This could be a problem too. I'm just curious to see if this changed anything. Maybe there's some situation that it's useful, but it's just weird. Strange. That loaded very quick for some reason. Okay. Tool, script. One. Did it again. What the fludururu? Can I do that? Double break. Let me think here. These people are complaining about breaking out of a function by using return inside of something like this. Then someone else said, I disagree, Matt. The number of people who believe requiring a single exit from a function is much smaller than those who hate gotos. The reason is that many languages goto doesn't perform correct resource cleanup. Don't know about C#, but return does. Functions are for grouping, scoping, and simplifying related code. We are in 2018. C# has all the bells and whistles, but still no multi-level break or continue. Yeah, there is a one. People use a while loop, and then they use a Boolean variable to cut the loop. It's strange to me that this would do that. Maybe it's some weird mix of for each loops and their objects that are getter based. That's why I was trying to do this. But it might not make a difference because you're basically passing a reference. You're saving a reference to this event thing, or maybe saving a reference to the tracks. Won't necessarily make a difference. It should, though. Unless this... What also could be happening is that as I add this new track, it updates the count because the count is increasing and then hits that. That's probably what's happening. This count increases. So I should save this. I don't think it should matter with events now. Man, this code is looking messy. What is this? Okay, I guess I could put that too. Oh, I'm kind of curious to see if that made a difference. This thing. Okay, what is this going to here? It's going to this if. Don't know why that was oddly placed. Yeah, so what probably is happening is turning into an infinite loop because I'm adding a new track. I'm gonna have to pee again. Dang. Drinking so much liquid. Yeah, so when I add this new track, it's turning into a situation where it turns into an infinite loop. So it isn't necessarily the for each, but this updates. I assume this updates after every iteration. This should give us a one shot. And once you flip this switch, it stops caring about this changing. Because this will change when we add the new track. I should have seen that a long time ago. You can do this deselection thing like he did in this example, but I don't think that's necessary unless you specifically want to deselect. It's just like a kind of a hack. This is a more logical way to do it. Well, if it works, it should work. Just make sure I did the proper thing here. Yeah, false. We got the one shot. This is it. It's going to do the one thing, and that's it. It'll do this, but we don't care at the moment. Just build it one more time. So past 12. Open. Flipping kidding me? What the heck, man? Whoops. Does that happen in here too? Wow. That's unique, but I guess it could happen here too. It makes sense, but whoa, what did I just do? I gotta change my text size, yeah. 100%. Save. No, I have it backwards. I'm a genius. Rename. So we start true. This is true. Let me just cancel that out and see what happens because I'm curious. This should break the loop anyways, but I'm going to take this out. Because I'm curious. Why is there a missing? What? What is this? For each. Don't know why that's there. Make a new track. Should be this. First run. This still might loop. I don't understand why it does that. So we need to get out of this flipping loop. If it prevents us from getting out. I'm going to breakpoint that just so I know it's looping if it's looping. Or infinite looping, I mean. What the heck? There's... How do you spell infinite? Infinite. Yeah, let's see if that works. Oops. Probably the same situation here. We'll see. Save, build. Okay. One. Okay. All right. Yeah, I get it. All right. Don't need this. So that accounts for one situation, but I also need to account for a situation where there is a track already. I want to reuse that track instead. I probably have to save the index, but it's getting kind of late. So got some progress at the very least. I learned that I can create an infinite loop by making new tracks. So that's a thing. And you have to logically deal with it by getting out when you need to get out. Yeah. You would potentially do something like a basic for loop and then save the count and then like a hard count. But in this case, their counts are function based or get based, probably, so that it'll keep changing, and then the for loop turns into an infinite situation. It's also possible if I had okay. Yeah. So that's good enough for now. All right. I'm going to head out. But that was fun for what it was. Getting there, obviously, trying to learn their objects and how it works and how it's structured. There's a lot to it. But the actual coding itself is pretty simple for what it is. Yeah. Kind of cool. It's fun. I like it. And then I can eventually do some stuff that makes editing faster, which can be a real slog. Actually, let me pull up also one of the references. That same guy that does the tutorials. He's got one on text. And the funny thing is that the API document was made back in 2021 or something like that from the developers. It says you can't do a specific thing, but then he's doing a specific thing. So I have to see if it'll work. And it's not it shouldn't be a thing that you can't do because it's putting text in a text object. So pretty bad if it doesn't work. That would severely limit what I want to do here with this stuff and kind of guess what he's trying to do. Oh man, it's 720p. All right. Put this here. Don't think I need that. So, I think I was having problems getting the text object to be created. First off, from the last stream, I did change this quite a bit. What is this? Tracks, events, select. I don't think I need that. First step, make sure only one item in the timeline is selected. No, it's probably going to be some noise. In this case, find selected events. Wait, make sure only one item. Yeah. Okay. Track event. Don't think I changed that. Where's the bit that I did change here? Because this is the thing that splits up the information from the image placed on the timeline. And then here. All right. Yeah, so you select the image, it pulls out that. And here is where it changed stuff. You just check that thing to make sure it worked, splitting up the information. And then this portion, I try to make sure that there's a track above the track where I have something selected. so that I can place a text object over it. This is what I started working on last night. Let's see. First, it's funny how I don't remember any of this since then. If image pieces, image name pieces, length, string builder, make a new text object. Here it is. So all of that, let's take this out. I don't need that specifically. So instead of having that big block of code, I basically made a function, new track, if none exists above selected. And I have two objects that are Vegas related. You got video track and track event, which is inside the video track. You can have a bunch of events, which are basically pieces of video, pieces of image, something like that. If returned, I'll go to this. So in Visual Studio, you can jump to it. And one thing, I think this was changed a long time ago in C#, the programming language. But you can pass multiple objects back without doing anything special. You just put a comma with a parenthesis. I had to actually look that up last night because I don't think that was the way I used to do it. I think I used to make like an object of objects or something to pass it back. But this is just easier. Very simple. So basically I'm going to return these two objects once I try to do some stuff. In that case, we're going to loop through the tracks in the project. I have this boolean, yeah. Basically a true or false variable. Starts off true. First run processing. I have to do this basically, I think it turns into an infinite loop situation in some situations. So I basically cut it off after I get what I want. Make sure it's a video track, not do anything with the audio stuff. And then in this case, we're going through the events. Let me put out some. Track being. There we go. So this one says to go through the events, make sure the current event is not null. I don't know if that's necessary. Make sure or see if it's selected because we're going to find one thing that's selected. We're going to get multiple pieces of information from that. Where it is, so we can put a text object in the same spot above it. And that textual information. I probably already did that, but anyways, when I do this loop here, I want to save the track above it in case there's a track above it, so I don't have to make a new track above it. And that's what I use this previous index variable for. Set as -1. On the first run, if I do find a selected item and this is still -1, then I need to make a new track, and that's what this is doing. I should put more comments here. I tend to use we when I don't know why I do that. I think it partly might be because we as in me and the computer. together. So I use that for some reason. It just seems natural. We're a team. Let's see. How do I do that? Something like that? Control? I don't remember. I have a key press to... Anyways, unrelated. So in the case, if it is the first run, we need to make a new track. I'll put in more comments here. Don't need this. This was a remnant of part of his way of doing it. I didn't listen to what he said, but I looked at his code. He had that. And I've created this way of doing it because the first run type thing. Because I don't necessarily want that to be deselected. Maybe I do in the future, but at this moment, it seems like a hacky way of dealing with the infinite loop thing. But it's possible I will want that to happen. I just don't know this time. And if this is not -1, that means that there is a track above the selection. In that case, let me just, let's see what I said here. There is already a video track above, so we don't need to make one. Return the track that's above selected. It needs to be typecast into a video-specific track, but that isn't an issue because the track type was checked earlier. It's right here. There's an if statement right here that checks that. So it's impossible for this to bomb out. Because we're only looking at video tracks. And this is a quicker, easier way to typecast things. I think it's faster too. Where you say as this specific thing. Because this right here, the track is just a track. It's not a video track. A video track is the way that the object-oriented programming works. This is a child class. I don't know what the term would be specifically. But it's basically a track, but it's a subset of a track with more stuff. They call it a video track. And you can basically cast this into that. And it works. And then I set this variable to false because we did what we wanted. And this needs to exit out of here. And then down here, I break the loop when I need to. And then I return those two objects, basically references to the objects. So that works as far as I can tell. I probably haven't tested every situation, but it works. And then from that point, I tried to, I checked these to make sure that they're not null because they could be null, maybe. And I made a text event, but I don't think this is working. And part of this was copied from the API document. They had one little example. Yeah, so right here, this document was made in October 13th, 2021. So they give you an example that doesn't work for the text event that they made. And then all this code in here, it doesn't work. This returns a null when you try to get this. So maybe they changed the name of it. I'm not really sure of an easy way to figure out the options here. And then they say in this part, I'll turn this highlighting off. Like how can I make a script modify the text string in a text event? You can't. But here, his thing is counter to that, because he does say in his description that you can. So he says, in this tutorial, we adjust the parameters of titles and text generated media. In his previous video, how to change settings, change the actual text displayed, the font and font style, font color. Yeah. So maybe something changed since this document, or maybe he figured out a way, but I need to find out. Also, I need to see if this even works at all, because I don't think it worked. Last time I got really tired and I stopped. Let's try. Got our example. We've got the one thing selected. Let's try the script and see what happens. I don't think it makes the text object. So it made the new track, but it didn't make it the text object. If I go back here and I put a breakpoint, nice that works. I can go back here and then run this again. Oh, okay. So it says null. That basically means that the text object was not created. If I go back, I can continue and then, whoops, go back here and I can put another breakpoint right here, then run it again. So you can see this returned null when I tried to get the unique ID. And this is, what confuses me here is that this is exactly, unless I misspelled it or something, what this guy has. And I also tried what Vegas developers had. Neither one worked. So I'm not sure what the deal is. Maybe I can stop this and try theirs again. See if that makes a difference. So use a get child name. Maybe find. So they have a find and a get. And when I looked in their document, which again is old, maybe they have a new one. Find child by name. Also get. I don't know why it's making that noise. So it says depreciated. Get is depreciated. That basically means that they're not doing anything with it, but it still exists. You can still use it, but it's not going to be changed or updated or anything else. So I should use the find, because in the future they could potentially remove it. It's better to use the current function that they want you to use. But it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say how it works. It doesn't give examples. But anyways, I should use the find. It's gonna, if I search on it again, it's gonna make a bing noise. I don't know why it's making a bing noise when stuff exists. So in this case, I have find titler. Save build. I'll start it again. All right. Open. What am I doing? Tools, scripting, run script, open. No. So what we can potentially do, I wish I could see like a big rundown of what's in here without dealing with this tiny little pop-up thing. But this is basically what's live in memory for this specific object in the Vegas. I noticed the main Vegas object, I'm not going to open it, but it has like a key. And I think that might be my actual registration key, so I don't want to show that. I don't know why they would make it accessible through the API. Kind of weird. So results view, we've got plugin node. I think these might be what I'm looking for. So in this case, I'm just scrolling through this information with the hope that I can find the media generator packages. So there's a name here. Its video is synchronized. So that was 0. Third party. Vegas. What? What even? GPU accelerated. Maybe those are groups. So it's possible that inside those... Wait, where's that name again? 32-bit floating point. OFX is a type of plugin. But I'm looking for... Okay. So this one, for example, SVFX, com.Vegas Creative Software, which is what he has in here. I think. Oh. This is different. Okay. Yeah, so SV, as far as I can tell, this is 720p. It's really Vegas Creative Software, titles, and text. So he has it set to null. Generators.get child by unique ID. So it basically looks like the same stuff as what I've got, with addition to what he's doing to change the text. So let me see if I can arrange this again. Don't think I need that. Let's see. I'm not sure if there's a easier way to, I can pin it. What does this do? Is that a search? There's a pin, there's a close, but it's this tiny little... Oh wait, is this what I want? If I look at... I'm going to move this over here so I don't show my potential... serial. Yeah, it is a serial number for my application. Hopefully I didn't show that in the other streams. So it's got generators. Let's see if that's even in here. Renderers. Yeah, there's generators. Actually, let me unpin this. Let's close it. So we've got generators. Which one was it? Presets. Because this one, let's go from the bottom. Test pattern. Solid color. Noise texture. Checkerboard. Titles and text. Copy this. That might be something. So it'll use this very specific name. We can search on it, maybe. Whoops. Please, Windows, please. Okay, so we got that. It's number 8. Not that that matters because it could change. Let me copy this too. Vegas titles and text. I don't know if that makes a difference. Grouping Vegas. Should probably copy that too. I wish I could somehow, maybe I could write a program that prints these out once I figure out what actually does what. Okay, here's the unique ID. This is what I want. But it looks like what I have. Com dot. So there's unique ID, but then here's another unique ID. At the very least, I can copy that word, character for character, paste it into my thing and see if that makes a difference. But this is the one that I want. This is different. Vegas Creative Software. svfx :com dot. I think maybe I don't need that svfx thing. We'll see. Because a private member, but I might be able to just search on this specific thing too. Group Vegas. Yeah, so at the very least, I put this back down here. Okay, that's good. It didn't show. Stop this. So clearly titler is not it. Just curious to see if this one works. And then I can also try this one. Let me see if my text is exactly the same. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. It's messing with my text. Don't see a difference, so can't really explain that. First off, I will try this. See if that makes a difference. Build. Run. All right. Okay, that worked. You see it's not null. We got what we wanted. Yeah. Cool. Okay, that worked. Cool. And it kind of worked. It's bigger than it should be. I don't know why. It at the very least, it started where it needed to start. Let's close that. So returned event.end. Let's see here. Timecode start, timecode length. Oh, okay. My bad. So that was a human error. Now we've got that. Chances are this works. I mean, I guess I can retry it, but that should work. So just a little bit of detective work got us what we wanted to a degree. The problem is the way that I'm doing it isn't probably the safest way to do it. You know, trying to find which plugin to use. So that did work. It added it where I needed it to. Right above there, and it made it the same size, so that's good. Cool. So basically, this creates the text object, it returns the video event, and then we can do stuff with it. Just jump to this real quick. So this one works. We know that works. but I'm kind of wondering why this one didn't work. Because it's the same exact... Let's change this to find... Maybe if I take this off, it'll work. We'll see. So let me cancel that. Comment out. I suspect this will work, but we'll find out shortly. Build. Make sure that... Let's copy this. Let's try this one. Oh, it has these brackets. It is a string. So I think maybe, just maybe, those curly braces, I said brackets, but they're curly braces. Maybe that'll make a difference. Kind of, I'm going to question their logic for changing it, because if they broke plugins, adding these little curly braces, that's kind of wonky if that were the case. But this is the same exact text in that field. So their find function isn't very good if it can't do that. Let's build. There's a mark on my screen. I had a HDMI cable or something from my camera, and it flopped down onto the screen and made an actual mark. So it's kind of obnoxious. This screen isn't anything special. It was a cheap one from... It is IPS, but it was still very cheap from Office Depot years ago. So I might eventually change it up. Okay, that worked. Good. I'm going to keep that. Very strange, though. Very strange. So in his code here... Oh, he does have the curly... Why did I not see that? Huh. That's my fault again. Bro. Look at that. So that was me not being observant enough. All right. Let's back this up. Why isn't that? I can barely read it. I'll probably keep this one just because it's a little smarter way to do it. Because this is so generic. I wouldn't be shocked if they changed something, but anyways, they work. That's good. So in this case, I'm going to write it in here, but I'll eventually probably make some type of function to change it. And just copy. Well, copy is a strong word, but I will take inspiration from his code here. So he has an effect. He's an effect. equals new active take media generator. New event. Okay, that's the, okay. Has a OFX effect. Modifies the text down here. So we've got our video event. Oops. Whoa, what the heck? This dot active take media generator. What is this? OFX effect. I don't know what to call these things. But I'm not going to use his text names and stuff. So in this case, it looks like he uses this newly created thing with X. With that, basically getting access to functionality of the, what is this called? Of the event. Yep. All right, now he has text info. Okay, this is a .NET thing. Also, I did look at the previous video. He did add he added a reference. I don't remember the specifics. Let me see. Systems.drawing, I think he added. And something else. Anyways, it's in his video. Oh, he did globalization. I don't remember if that was a reference or it was just built in. But these two, system.drawing and globalization, so that he can do graphical textual stuff. It's got that going. Basically creates a thing so you can start writing text in a specific format. Got E and US, United States type text. Can probably do Japanese, whatever. Maybe even do reverse languages. Or I'm sure you could, but yeah. So he's got a OFX string parameter. Just doing typecasting. OFX. Can't see what's going on here. Let me just make sure I'm doing it right. So he uses FXO, which is his this thing. Dot. Find parameter by name. So this is not ideal situation here. Yeah, so basically, from what I can tell, this parameter pulls out a type of item inside this object, specifically the text. So we want to change that, but we need to gain access to it before we can mess with it. You need to the way that this looks so complex and the way that it works is because these FX objects can be anything. They can have any properties, and they're defined by whoever makes the specific FX tool, whatever you want to call it. And you have to search on parameters because you can't have hard-coded like this dot this dot this. It's just not possible with the flexibility that they need. So this is why you need to search on a specific property. And you need to gain access to it before you can change it. You got a rich. Did I not spell that? No. Sure. This is a .NET Windows thing. Project. So in this case, we go up to here. SB. Let's just make it a little bit more descriptive. Just got that going. Select all. All right. He's doing font changes. Just trying to see what text, what he has below that. I don't care about changing the font at the moment, but I probably need to set it anyways. I don't think this is not the default for Vegas. I use a default font usually. I have to look and see which one it is. But I can change. I'll do what he does here, but I'm gonna change it eventually. Equals new font times new Roman. Whoops, 24. Font style bold. You might have to set this, but to something. So you got tparm dot value equals that. Tparm was his OFX string parameter, and this is Vegas specific. So mine one is called that. That value equals that. Okay. So basically, he needs to make it and use it. He's using this built-in .NET Windows C# .NET framework rich text objects so that he can construct anyone can construct text. So in that case, then he pushes that. Okay, this is wrong. .rtf. Okay. Yeah, so it suggested the wrong thing. Anyways. In this case, it looks like he's setting font color. I don't think I need to do that yet. Just see what else he's got going. Like important stuff. He's talking about it. Set font color. And he has down here. Okay, some of this is useful, but just trying to see if there's any like extra, like, okay, apply changes. Does color? He does. Let's see if I can get it. Color, alignment, position, and then down here, apply changes. So FXO, I don't remember. I already forgot which one that was. Okay, that is the OFX effect. I already forgot what it said. All parameters changed. I'm just trying to see if this works. So, build, start. What time is it? Almost noon. What? 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 Why did it do that? That's weird. Did I? Oh, I think I ran the wrong flipping script. Okay. Wow, oh, look at that. Wow, look at that. We're close. I'm close. This is working. That's good. Very good. Says text color. Find parameter by name. I want to do the outline. So I'm going to change this to 7. And by close, I mean not that close, because I'm going to do a picture-in-picture object to position it instead of using this to position it. I mentioned in the past, using the picture-in-picture object to position is better when you do a mix of horizontal and vertical video. So if you do a project in horizontal and then you want to make a vertical version of it, using the text position itself doesn't work as well than using picture-in-picture to position it. And it's easier to modify once you change it. So I need to figure out the font that I should use. He's got location. He's got alignment. Maybe I'll do this alignment thing. Top left. Anchor point. FXO. I think it was this one. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Alignment. Don't know if this is what I want, but we'll see. Oh, that's so hacky. Man. Let's see. Pull up Vegas real quick here. All right. Why can't I insert text? Video track. Zero, 1, 2. This is probably what this is referring to. And he has 0, top left. I don't know why he means top, because there's only 3 options. Unless there's another alignment. But I want to change the outline. Shadow. All right. I don't think I'll have an easy way of knowing if that worked or not. Let's try this just to see if it makes a difference. And then I can put it to center. Or I can actually do 2 lines if it, yeah. So it does look like it's, Let's see if it changes. That's so weird though, how that works. Because you're assigning itself, well, you're just basically gaining access to this parameter by using this find feature, but then he also has a variable. So technically, you could just put this over here. Open. Okay, it did center. All right. So we got that. Nope. So we got that, but I also want to add something he doesn't show. You can do some digging in the data, potentially. So we got this thing going. It's assigned effect text find. Pull this out of here. What is this called? Anchor point. Effect text. Question is which? It might not be in this specific. Oops. Parameters. See what we got here. Actually, I might be doing this wrong. I'm curious to see what's in here. Yeah, so stop this. This is more of a global parameter specific to Vegas, but I should be able to what is that called when you have a border around it? Let's see. Should I ask ChatGPT? In the rich text box, C#.net. How do you add text stroke? Let's copy the code that it made. Stroke is the thing I'm thinking of. Open up a notepad, paste it in here, see what it did. So I do want this. Man, it's doing some math here. All right, let me see here if there's a easier way to do it. No stroke. Select font. Select color, indent length, right tabs. Yeah, maybe I should do it through Vegas. So the Google generative AI thing says, rich text box is an advanced text box similar to blah, blah, blah. Useless. See if C# corner has anything. Nope. So it's none, fixed single, a single line border, 3-dimensional. Got back and forth. Those are defaults, can't change them. Okay. It was wrong thing. Okay. I shouldn't have used that name. Not the same thing. I don't know which one is what. Let's get rid of this. Maybe I could change it with this as well. Let me see what's in here. Seriously. Secret? No idea. That might be for keyframing. You're just adding that functionality, additional functionality. Yeah, I think this is definitely not the way to do this. Just curious to see what it looks like, though. What am I doing? Yeah, it didn't even do anything. Unless I have it reversed. Nope. I need to figure out specifics of those properties. Not sure how to do it. I'm going to end this pretty soon here. Let's see. Oops. Anchor point. There's 9 choices. So yeah, I actually would want number 4 here. Yeah, I need to modify that to make it smarter. OFX effect. So it might be one of these. Text, label, text, name, text. Text color. Animation. Animation name. Whoops. Scale. Location. Alignment. So we did that one. Advanced group. Fit background color. Crop background to text. I don't think this is it, but I'll copy it. Background. Tracking. Line spacing. Outline group. This might be it. Okay. Actually. So maybe using one of those. Outline color. Shadow group. Shadow enable. So default max 10. 0 to 10. Which one is this? Outline width. I don't think this is a thing. I mean, I don't think you're supposed to mess with that. Unless you have to enable it. But it says true by default. Okay, so we've got so that's good. I'm going to use that one, but also I need to change the color of it. Yeah. So this one is RGBA. I'm thinking that's going to be okay. Here's what it is. So I have to set this value to this object. Alpha, the RGB is red, green, blue, and then A is the, I don't know if it's opacity or if it's like brightness. And also you can see it's double values, so it's 0 to 1. So that's good. I'll have to do this twice for the two different things I need to change. I need to make this more functional in various ways and more consistent. Oops. It does work, so I'll quickly run this and to see if there's a better way to deal with testing as well. So I have one selection, doesn't matter which one. And I run the script. Let's see, it edited the new text, it made the new track, it added the new text object, it copied the information from this. So normally I would go into properties. Whoops, I thought I would do it in here. I copy this. Maybe this, was it properties? I thought there was a different way for me to do that. Maybe that is what I did. I copy this from here. Go into here. Whoops. Click that. Paste it in here. Adjust these settings. So you can see that doing this should save a lot of time for this specific task. And I did change the program so I can select multiple things. So if I pick these two, sorry, there's some type of thing right out the window making a loud noise. So I pick those two things, and then I can run the script again. And you can see two of them showed up, and they both have the correct information. So this one says 1000 ISO, If I scroll into here, you can see it says 1000 ISO in the name of it. And go over this one. Same thing, 1400 ISO. Same thing there. So good. One other thing I do with these images in this type of video is that I change the crop and I pull this out. Whoops. I make a keyframe. Yeah, that's it. Make a keyframe at the end and then pull this out usually so it animates a little bit. See this? In this case, it moves, it shrinks. And then if I were to have two of them right next to each other, I do the inverse of it. So in that case, I think I went like that. Actually, copy this, paste. And I think I used to flip these around, so it just does the opposite. You see that works. So it goes, it shrinks, and yeah, that's what I do. So I could potentially automate that. There's quite a bit of logic to it. Not sure it's worth the effort. But there are rarely situations where I don't do that. So I'd have to somehow know when two of them are right next to each other and then do the reverse thing and also just figure out how to do the keyframing and the adjustment of the thing. And there could also be differences with vertical images versus horizontal images, which I don't think I have any here. Well, so there's a horizontal one, or landscape. So that would be a consideration. But at the very least, it's kind of working. Let's see. So what I changed here, I took a lot of the code and put it in its own function. This add EXIF overlay. EXIF is the picture data that's stored internally in digital images. So in that case, it passes a bool and a string back. I don't know if this is great practice. I'm trying to think of the right word. But basically, I don't want to use message boxes or anything like that inside functions to notify the user if there's a problem. So I really just pass things back down the line and try to avoid hard crashing and stuff like that. So in that case, if there was an issue making, where is it? Making a text event, it'll bomb out here, but then it'll just go down. Switch the toggle on functioning success. And then also I have a message here. So I could at some point display that error message to the user. Same thing down here. I think I have some in these as well. Yeah, so if it had an issue trying to find this plugin, which it shouldn't, but you never know. Same situation, I toggled this, return the message. Okay, don't need this. Not even sure what this does. Media.get stream by index. Then this is never used. I copied this code from the Vegas API example. So the problem is they don't document their functions. So I don't know if it could return something bad. So add video event. It's probably, they probably do have documentation. They just don't include it. That generally looks decent. In this case, I return the event that is created here. So add the video event of the specific positioning. And then add this take thing. And then return that and also return my two function related variables. So I don't really think I need to change this. Maybe I'll just add some documentation. Good to do that. There we go. Sorry, dogs barking, of course. Anyways. It's a package. Maybe I'll mute this for a second. Let's see here. Oh, these are exciting streams. Yeah, man. Guess I should do this as well. It's the main object that gets passed. Should be good. So you do 3 slashes, you get this little template. It also reads the past variable information. I have this basically hard-coded of positioning and such. So maybe I should add some different values here instead. Make it a little more flexible. There's a scale value. And then here's the actual positioning. It uses decimal and it's from 0 to 1. So 0.5 is half of the screen. Man. Some type of blower outside. That's the problem with trying to do streaming in the daytime. I'm going to take all these programming videos and try to make one big, long... I don't know if anyone's going to watch that, but that's kind of the goal, is to take this learning process and put it in a single video for YouTube. I do have a programming channel that I don't upload that much to. So one long video is better than nothing. I don't understand the purpose of blower things. What are they blowing? Leaves or something? I don't get it. There's no leaves. Oops. All right. So in this case, I could add a few parameters to make it more flexible. And is there a situation I want to change to the scale? It's not necessary, but just kind of curious. Anyways. Whoops. What am I thinking? Might be able to... So I could do that, or just redo it I'll add those new ones. Just don't know why it didn't tab it properly. So in this case, I want those two to always be the same. I can't think of a situation where I'd want to have a weirdly shaped text. And here's the other position. And in this case, there we go. I don't really like using periods or anything in comments. It just doesn't make sense. And capitalizing things also doesn't make sense a lot of the time, unless you're doing multiple sentences. So that's good. Now I can see we have an error. So I need to add more information now. Probably don't need to put the D, but I do like to put the D here. So 1D is one double. It just specifies it as a double value. .970. So that should be good. I'm going to run it just in case I screwed something up. You never know. Did I build it? I don't remember. I guess I'll find out. So that worked. I don't remember if I built it. Oh, whatever. So I think we're good on that. Unselect the track. I don't know why this is past the project. And also, I copied this code from something else. So they're doing it differently. In this case, if I want to be consistent, I'll do it like this. That's right. Oh, duh. I just said this dot thing because there's multiple variables in the APIs and the references. So I needed to specify Yeah, I don't need this. Okay. How does it return null? Oh. Some people complain about doing it like this with multiple returns. So it's a track. I can do that. Copy this, paste this, save it. So it basically does the same thing. All right, this is, what does this even do? I am using it. Okay, this text is no longer valid. I changed how it worked. Don't need this. So I loop through selected items. There we go. It basically pulls out all of the selected items. It could be on different tracks. I don't know if that's what I want, but it works for the moment. So I'm not going to mess with it. Oops, I just capitalized things when I just said I'm not going to capitalize it. Yeah, so this basically should add some code to, well, no, it's supposed to be there. Whoops, crap. There we go. Should probably put this at the top. Wait a second. Maybe not. No. I'd have to put it above the namespace? Really? How's that outside the namespace? Whatever. Leave it down there. Well, maybe I'll put up. Doesn't really matter, but. See if that broke anything. Nope. All right. Can eventually put some type of interface too. And just start building up different tools. Don't really want to put a message box here because it would happen every single time in the loop. So this is just like extra stuff that isn't necessarily needed, but eventually it could be helpful when it's more complex. I could also exit out of here if there's a problem. And then so we're outside of that for each loop. We break if there's an issue here. Pass the message. but also that's not needed. I had that when I was only doing one single track check thing, I think. In this case, when we're doing the loop, we're bound to hit some audio tracks. So I'm loading up the Anime Magic project, which I need to finish. So it's coming up. If I select all of these, run script, boom. That was easy, right? So I've got overlay of EXIF information. Although if I don't have the motion in here, which I normally add. But yeah, that's pretty cool.